And Chad. Shout out to Bringel's brother. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Stanley Parable, a game that I've heard about for, what, a decade now? I think this game came out in 2015? I want to say 2015, but I'm not sure. This is a weird, quirky little adventure game where you are an office worker who is being railroaded through an experience by a pushy narrator. And from what I'm aware, the course of the gameplay is trying to defy that and figure out what to do and try to piss off the narrator. And it came out in 2013. Oh, man. 11 years. The Ultra Deluxe Edition came out on the 10-year anniversary last year. I see. Okay. But yeah, I've wanted to play this game for years, and I've just never gotten around to it. And today, we're finally getting to it. Many thanks to this patron for swapping their game over to this. Yeah, let's get started. Developed by Crows. Written by Davey Reedon. Which is a screen in subtitle language. English. Have you played the Stanley Parable before? No. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. Looks good. Please enter the current time. It is 1:13 p.m. 14. Okay. 1:14 p.m. Note, accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Okay. Let's show subtitles is on. Cool. It's weird because it's 18:14. Yeah, that's 5 hours. That's 5 hours ahead. Here in the UK. That's the difference between EST and UK time. All right, let's begin. Oh, there's recursive display on that computer. Oh, that's fun. I wonder how many layers deep that goes. It looks like it just goes down. Oh, huh. The computer... on the computer screen is squished. I guess just because of aspect ratio. Alright, let's begin. The end is never the end is never the end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered
Oh, should I be playing this on PC?
Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi.
No other
Never
NPCs.
in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace.
Does
of his
this employee just sit here sharpening pencils? Who farted on that cup? Gross.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Hello, whoop. Hello, ASDF Guy 76. Welcome. Stanley is questioning everything in his life right now. LV-426, Xenomorph busts out of the office. There's no window for me to see what horrible things are happening in Employee 426's office. All I can do is turn them off. I can't turn them back on. Okay. Wait, hang on. Oh, that guy's playing solitaire. I hate Mondays. Yeah, don't we all? Yes, I'm trying random doors to... Oh.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No, he did not.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
You can't narrate me. I've played Slay the Princess.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Can I have a drink to drink it all in with? Can I open the shades? No.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room.
Yes, it is.
A room so utterly captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings.
Listen, man, I'm content pushing buttons on a keyboard all day, every day. I am easily entertained.
At this point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
All right, let's see how mad he gets.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue. But when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send a message.
Oh no, let's stay in here for just a second more. See if he was telling the truth.
But at last, last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
Oh my god, this game is great. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift. There is no jump button.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, no. I realize that investing in your...
Game needs to be louder. The narrator is going to be most of what we hear. Okay. Turning the game up a bit.
Trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
No.
Now, I'm not asking for me. I'm asking for her.
Her who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
You can't jump. Seriously, we disabled it. Get your first trophy. Huh. So who's her?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her.
What the hell is going on?
If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
What if I don't want to? I don't trust you. I've played Slay the Princess. Oh, fine.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife?
Oh, screw you.
Who'd want to commit their life to you?
Oh, screw you.
I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Good morning, employee 427. Press left into your controller. One sec. I got an itch in my ear.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Oh, you've turned around on me hard, huh? Let's see if he gets pissed off if I don't press the button. Can't open my fridge. Can I turn on the faucet? Nope. Microwave. This is a shitty little apartment.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to
screw
do.
you.
Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
Man, the mask came off of you pretty hard.
And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that
I
one
figured this
day
was
while
turning
at work,
into,
he stepped up from his desk to realize that
my
all of his
office.
co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Press square to spend time with the boys?
So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
All that off a couple of doors? Press triangle to prepare dinner.
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls.
Ooh.
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
A game with a baby?
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Circle to tell you, I love you, honey.
But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
I swear to question nothing. I'm going to sit on this one for a minute.
I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same
And
as
what is your
Stanley.
purpose?
We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again,
Die.
and Stanley
Holy
pushed a
shit.
button. And I...
Hello?
All of his co-workers were gone.
Well,
What
that
could
was
it mean?
dark.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
What if you get dialogue for going too fast? Let's try walking off the edge of that platform.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible
All
he
right,
wasn't
let's see what
5
happens.
years ago.
Whee!
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Holy shit, this is good.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
All
decided
right,
to go to the meeting
go
room.
down the
Perhaps
left
he had
door.
simply missed a memo.
So wait, it just spoiled that there's a bunch of different things at different locations, as if I had gone that way before. Are you not supposed to immediately defy? Do they not expect you to immediately defy the narrator?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, yeah, great view, huh?
Yet there was not a single
Tips for
person
not
here
getting
either.
fired.
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Holy shit. Using slides to assure employees that everything is okay. Make sure your slide has a slick blue graphic in the header. And throw some bevel on all the text. Number of slides on this slide. Rate which charts on the same slide depict the same information. Metamorphosis, comatose, pollution. All right. Let's see, where's the projector? Can't turn the projector off. Okay. What's this say? What do people want? Things? Happy feelings? Violet James, you are fired. Money, more money. Things, but with money to buy more things. Graphs? Graphs about things and money. We have our new product. The stock market is somewhere here. Colored in segment. Stripes require more secondary research. What is hot? Target demographic. Teenagers. Profits, 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 profits. Oh, OBS disconnected. Hang on. Can you guys still hear me? Can you guys still hear me? Hello? I typed test in chat. Nobody's responded yet. Hang on, I'm going to test something. Okay, I do have an internet connection still. Ah, OBS Studio reconnection successful. Excellent. Okay. OBS reconnected. You guys should be able to see me in a minute. I will wait for ads to end, if ads are playing. All right, can everybody hear me? Are ads done? Let me know when ads are done. Awesome. Okay. Bi-quarterly post-review review. We need less reviews. 402 and 405 want to get rid of the death sport portion in the primary review schedule. But I think that's a stupid idea. More water coolers. More water cooler heaters. Charts need to be more hip to appeal to teenage demographic. Find teenagers to put in teenage demographic. Big net, some sort of child trap. Space between the teenagers. Throw something in the ideas bin. 1. No more bins and trash cans. 2. Renaming of the ideas bin. 3. Firing of me. This game's humor is fantastic. Oh, what's this? To do, synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market paradigm. Monetize free-to-play. That was prophetic. Unless that was added in 2023, in which case, oof. God, if that was in 2013, that... Oof. Oh my God, there's so many whiteboards. Get Chris out of the broom closet. Can't talk today. Push for funding for R&D of new coffee machine. Hire someone to synergize papers. Papers are too synergized. Fire paper guy. Hire somebody to fire the paper synergizing guy. Who moved my desk? Please keep the targets on the topic of... Blurred out text. The future was yesterday. Tomorrow is now. Tomorrow. Complete today's unfinished agenda items. Write next day's agenda. Reflect. Employee 417, 405, 491, 416, 431, and Jim. How come Jim gets a name? Nope, there's one more whiteboard. Meeting room. Four, 5-1's private time. This box is too small. Termination Tuesdays. There's no Sunday, there's no Saturday or Sunday on the chart, so at least we get a couple days off a week. Mergers is its own schedule note. Pranking Floor 5 meeting. What to do about 432? Don't tell 432 about the meeting. Do not alter without consulting whiteboard manager. R.I.P. Franz. Who's Franz, and how come he gets a name? Haha.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was
What do
nothing
you mean? There's a
here,
broom.
So he turned around and got back on track.
There's a broom right here. Of course there's something in the broom closet. Can I take some duct tape? How about a wrench? How about a Half-Life wrench?
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Oh, we'll see about that. Can I mop some stuff? Hey, can I close the door? Yeah, I can.
It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Oh, I almost got him to swear at me.
Are you really still in the broom
Yes.
closet? Standing around doing nothing?
Because you
Why?
don't like it.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely
Because you
confused.
don't like it.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Oh, God.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find it concerned. Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed in front of your screen. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. They have fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities.
So you're not human.
It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Oh my God, trolling this guy is so satisfying. He's so mad.
Ah, second player. Good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Wait. I could go back in. No! I wanted to go back in to see how mad he got. Oh, that's ominous.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished. His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations.
Wait, where's
For
this
example,
car?
Why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. "I'm dreaming!" he yelled. "This is all a dream." Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared.
Whoa.
It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty eepy.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside the...
Okay. You want me to go touch
Let me
grass?
wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be
We
fine.
respawn in the office.
I am okay.
Oh, no. We're still here. Cool.
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of
did
work.
Stanley jump
But on
from
this
the office?
particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man.
Yep,
He was
that's
obviously
a
crazy.
source
This
engine
much
model.
She knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
All right, good digression, Mariella. All right, let's
All of his co-workers
trick
were
this
gone.
guy and make him think
What
I'm
did
leaving
it
the broom
mean?
closet.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Hey, it's the Homestuck room. This game came out after Homestuck.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Alright, that's funny.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Oh, why is it all red? Oh, Fancy Pants boss. Executive bathroom. Fancy Pants. Because the boss knows that what the boss says goes. If the boss has suffered losses, then that's what the boss chose. Extreme bathrooms. Time. Can't turn on the sink. Can't look in the mirror. As this was a Source Engine game in 2013. The Beige Pages. What the fuck? The hell kind of painting is that? To hang in your boss's office. Is that whispering my name? Hello? I mean, how far up can we go? Huh. It's brought us back here. Alright. Happens if I go down. Can you imagine how trippy it would be to play this game if your name actually was Stanley? Yeah. In the Switch version, the hand holding the gun is Mario's. Oh, that's delightful. Look at the folder. Huh. Elevator goes nowhere.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
All right, well, first...
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
All right, I'll do it.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Hide in the corner. Oh, what's back here? Oh, boy. Okay. Where is this taking me?
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself. to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Oh, yep, that's probably busted now.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent
Well, let's
death.
find out.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Everything goes dark, and you die. Whee! Oh, okay.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Oh, I can crouch.
So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator,
Ooh.
as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his
Interesting.
body,
Why the narrator
killing him
switch?
instantly.
Oh, she's taking control and lying. Stanley Parable.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same.
Interesting.
Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
This is plotted out pathways. The two doors. The set of the two open doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. Filing cabinet. Corridor. The pacing of this opening section was important to get right. This corridor has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. Nature paintings. Office layout. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Here's the credits. This is the most spoiler-laden ending of the game. Why the narrator switch? Button sounds. (421 to 436). What's over here? Huh. I get the feeling that I should just proceed back to the game rather than spoiling myself on everything. What do you guys think? Oh, this isn't the way back to the game. Okay. I think I've made a mistake coming here this early. Narrator emails. After the second trailer we sent out, we asked people to email the narrator for questions. When we had initially planned to use these further promotional materials, we never found the perfect use for them. Here are a selection of these emails. From a cool man. Are you a rock? Subject question. Can you tell me what the significance of the number 1112800 is? Write that down. From left to right, the evolution of Stanley's office over time. I want to go back. I want to continue with the game. Aha! No, that's not a way down. Monitor room elevator. Where? How do I get back to the game? Whoa. Countdown desk.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Alright, crash the desktop.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you.
Huh. Okay, calling out the console I'm on. Cool. Turn off your Switch. Huh. What happens if you turn off your PlayStation there?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
In the original release, there's a video played in the museum that crashes your game.
When
on
Stanley
modern
came to a
computers.
set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either.
All right, let's head to the mind
Feeling
control.
a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, God. Oh, that's good.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered. Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety is so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
Oh, God, I wonder if it's faster to let him talk and let him call out the numbers.
Feeling
Nope, never
soothed
mind.
and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
God, the fact that the broom closet is nailed shut is so good. Oh, my God. Was this all busted before?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Uh-oh.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I do have the strength to find out, thank you very much. Employee observation protocol. Cannot zoom in far enough to read it. Okay.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
There's mine,
Stanley's
427.
co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
What's this gonna do? Eject button!
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Possibly.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Oh, this is disorienting.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
What's down here? Nothing. Okay, that'll be after. Alright, the mind control status is offline. I guess it's telling me I gotta... Alright, I saw a button. I saw a button. Over here. See what happens. Oh, it's just a power light. Okay. Controls idle awaiting input. Let's not go in there just yet. Let's identify a location of some of these buttons. Alright, there's 2, there's 1, there's 5 over there. Oh, I can't go that way. Okay. One one 28000. No, it's 1112800. I don't see any 8s or 0s, and there's a 5 over there. Let's just go into the power room.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Tempting. You know what? Let's see what happens.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine
Like
can
what?
do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about
This is
me,
going to be like Wheatley, where they recorded more
what all this
dialogue than
means.
there was
I
time.
barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
There's 3
A
attempts
moment of
remaining.
solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
Okay, 1, 2, 3,
Of course,
4, 5.
that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this,
All right,
though.
where's 4?
This version of events has been rather
Where's
amusing.
number 4?
Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever
Screw
I
you.
come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
Oh, I'm out
My
of time.
goodness,
Where's number
only
4?
34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh, dear me. What's the matter, Stanley?
4's up there.
Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your
backup
purpose
power.
in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Okay.
All of his co-workers were... Wait, no. This isn't the right office, is it?
Ooh.
Is this Stanley's office?
It does look like Stanley's office. Yeah, that was great. The narrator villain moment. This game is fantastic.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No, this is my first time
Coming to
playing
a
Stanley
staircase,
Parable.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I am almost completely blind on this game.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy.
This
And
is
then
what they're
something
talking
occurred
about.
to
This is what he
Stanley.
was talking about when he...
thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment.
he said the
for
rooms
no
were
reason
repeating
at
when I
all.
was standing in the one
None of
room
it
listening
made
to
any
his
logical
dialogue.
sense.
If
And as
I
Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange...
if I hit begin the game again, will that just respawn me in Stanley's office, or will it reset the entire game? Yes, it'll just respawn. Okay. I hear a phone going off.
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today.
Okay.
We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
Huh. Okay. That seems a little outside the narrator's control. Yeah, that isn't my desk.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find it. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
May have
boss's
missed that
office.
ending?
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad, Stanley
Oh,
pushes
sweet.
some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
What is back here? Absolutely nothing. Oh, I did see the ending where I went to my apartment and got taunted and sent back to my office, but
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
No. I saw that one. That's
Now
the one that ends with
monitors
you
jumped
face
to
down
life,
and dead
their
on the
true
pavement.
nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
That
This
narrator
mind
villain
control
moment
facility,
was so
it was too
good.
horrible to believe. It couldn't be true.
The
Had Stanley
malice
really been
in
under
that
someone's control
was
all this
so
time?
good.
Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable. Wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
I think I'm going to blow the place
For
up
he
again.
would dismantle the controls once and for
And
all.
try to solve the puzzle.
And when at last he found the source of the room's... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so
Give me
much
stuff
that
I can
machine
do.
can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification,
Alright, so
nuclear
last time
detonators
this
are
had
set to
a
explode,
yellow
eliminating
button with
the
a
entire
4 on it.
complex.
I had
How
thought
long
that I
until
was supposed to press
detonation, then?
4 yellow buttons, but I'm thinking I pressed 4 and then a yellow button.
2 minutes. Ah, now this is making
Aha.
things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are
Activate
the
button.
star. It's your story
Something
now.
purple.
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy
alright.
it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But
Button
what
2.
precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going.
Purple.
What all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Aha!
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let
Any
it burn
key to
a
send power
crisp.
surge.
I have to say this, though. This version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you
okay.
try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next
Okay,
go-around
so-
will be even better. My goodness,
I probably
only
pressed
34
purple
seconds
twice.
left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock.
incorrect.
Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning
Alright, let's
it
go
on?
press the 4.
I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
maybe I
clicking
press-
on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no,
All
these
the yellow
colored ones.
buttons?
Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Incorrect.
But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over
there are
for
symbols
all of
on these
eternity.
buttons. Okay.
And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Oh, come on. I ran out of time.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you
Okay,
cling
so I only
desperately
have
to
so
your
much
frail
time.
life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say happily ever.
Okay, so let's go over this. There are colored buttons. There are numbered buttons. The colored buttons have symbols on them. Hitting the colored buttons an amount of times equal to the number on the display is incorrect. Hitting the colored button and then the numbered button is incorrect. Hitting the numbered button and the colored button is incorrect. Do you want the solution? No. I'm thinking I might want a hint, though. Unless he's telling the truth and it's unsolvable. All right, I'll ask. Is that unsolvable? Is that an unsolvable puzzle and that's just a game over? It's just an unsolvable puzzle. All right.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? He decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
No solution, just the narrator
When Stanley
asserting
came to a
dominance.
set of
Yeah,
two
fair
open
enough.
doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Yeah, him having new dialogue for the second attempt is pretty cool. Oh, I need something to eat. In a little bit, we're going to take a break so I can eat something.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
All right, so we'll shut it off.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Yeah, we'll do it. Is this freeing you, narrator? Okay.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
No, it's not.
Yes. He had won.
You mean you
He had
won.
defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand,
All right, slay the
but
princess
to
narrator.
let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I think what we've just done is freed the narrator from whatever prison he's been in.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
With the irony of the narration telling you how free you are, beat the game. Complete the Stanley Parable. How free you are when you literally can't move, yeah. What? Okay. I don't hear the narrator.
Hello. This is a recorded message scheduled either by you or a person in your place of work. The purpose of this message is to warn you about the dangers of recorded messages. If at any time you believe you are listening to a recorded message, please terminate it immediately and cease all flow of information from the recorded message into your perceptual sphere. Thank you, and have a pleasant day.
Interesting. Okay. Are there any now openable doors? The doors are not closing behind me now. New content. Wait, was that the ending and now I'm going into the Ultra Deluxe content?
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
Was that the ending of the game? Depends on how many endings you've seen.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
The reason I recommend more of the base game is there's lots of base game spoilers in this route. Fair enough. That is a good point. Interesting. Okay. Well, I am starving. I need something to eat. I'm going to be back in like 3 minutes. I'm going to eat some potato chips or something. And then we will look for more endings. Burb. And back. Lexicidal, thank you for the raid. Welcome. All right, narrator.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Also, chat says that the new content door unlocks after a certain number of endings, so it was very funny that it unlocked after that ending. I too hate Mondays.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Let's go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What was it about this room that called so deeply and so personally to Stanley? Its grace,
coffee machine.
its subtle charm. No. Stanley knew it was something deeper, something darker.
Something darker.
Yes, really, really worth it being here in the room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I have not gone through this one.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Nope. I see a flashing red button. Now we get to see what's on the ground floor of that other room.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
I like that the failed interact button sound is the sound of somebody hitting a key on a keyboard.
Oh, no, it's to the
screw
right.
you.
My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking?
This way?
It's clearly... Oh, dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Other narrator, rescue me.
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
And then we immediately get run over. Wait, hang on. Where? Where do these cars go? And I recommend going back to the museum ending when you've gotten a number more so you can see the stuff there. Yeah, good idea. Ah, we're up here.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Come on. Would be funny if I'd gotten that ending
All of his
early.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, so that's yet another ending. What?
Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
Interesting.
Or did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story.
You?
It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure.
Oh.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
Let me go through this one. All right. Let's see. Those lead to the same place. Let's go this way. Are all the doors open now? Hey, why isn't that door open?
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before.
Oh.
Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why
No!
not?
Hey, come on. Ah, yes, Stanley does hate Mondays.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, now there's no doors in here.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from.
Interesting.
Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything? Aha! I knew we'd miss something.
What?
The story. Here it comes.
Aha! We're being remapped. The map's being
No, wait.
Mapped.
Never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
This is a pretty cool one. I like that it's reshaping the world as I walk around. Whoa. Well, that's grody. Oh, what the hell?
Now this... Well, I'll be honest. I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct?
Ooh.
Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job. Oh, no. No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
Come on.
Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Come on. Oh,
All
here's
right,
the yellow line.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line.
The
How
line
simple is
trademarked.
that?
That's not the way we usually go.
You see, the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Whoa. Hang
Look
on.
at that.
That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going.
I love
with
the
all
line
that.
just completely losing
You
the
know
plot.
what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
The numbers on the doors are going wonky. I like the spiral. We are way off track. Ledgers, corporate imbalances, financial records, consolidation reports, annual reviews, departmental accounts. Hang on. Oh, we're being reshaped.
music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
All right, I'm studying it. All right, get mad at me for studying it. All right. Back to the line, I guess.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
Let's shortcut the line. Ah, that just brings me back here. Okay. I see. Okay. That is the way we once went. Oh, we're back here.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
The line's still here.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Oh, this all sounds perfectly doable.
Yeah, let me be in control of it.
Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
What if I want to follow the line again? Fine.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Oh, we're
Use
trapped.
your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again.
It
Stanley,
broke in.
I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I like that the line is a character. That's so fun. Oh, all right. Bye, line.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision.
You mean you do?
From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse
can't tell me
door
what to do.
that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
The confusion ending. You've been playing the confusion ending for 17 minutes, 53 seconds.
Oh, hold up, what's this? The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing. Wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really... No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
Here.
I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us?
If we start after a long time, Stanley dies. Oof.
So, okay.
Yeah, this is a very Douglas Adams
I guess
game.
now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey. Though they're always saying that life is about the journey and
yeah,
not
how does the narrator like being trapped?
So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime, if you...
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. I don't remember what you're supposed to do in the 5th reset of the confusion ending. The end, isn't it?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Standing now in this incredible room, Stanley for the first time understood true
He has
happiness.
forgotten.
Then the feeling went away, and he felt sad again. Then it came back, and lingered for a minute or two. Now it's only half there. Just a kind of, tingle.
Worst Zelda character.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, fine.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I think Navi might be the worst Zelda character by virtue of having almost no character to speak of. I'll take Navi over whatever the hell is going on with Tingle. He's creepy, he's unpleasant to talk to. Oh.
Here's the door, just go.
I've perhaps locked myself into the wrong ending. If only this were like Slay the Princess, where you couldn't get the same ending more than a few times.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, made my choice. Onwards.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Would you like to know a special ending here? For this particular route? Yes, sure. Lexicidal, if you're saying spoilers in response to people starting a message with at and then talking about spoilers, I can't see those messages because I've got a chat blacklist, and we've set that up as a spoiler chat function. back to this first button. Alright, I am on top of the chair.
Aha! You've made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. Welcome! You see, back when the Stanley Parable first launched in 2013, getting to the bottom of the mind control facility was a bug that we simply didn't catch during development. And you all sent us lots of photos of it on Twitter and acted very superior about it. And you're all very, very clever. Good for you. Anyway, when it came time to update the game, we knew that we had to do something about this little goof of ours, so here you go. New content. You can call it the bottom of the mind control room ending, if that enhances your perception of the value of these updates. Isn't that what you crave? New content? Always more content, more, more. And I'm here to give it to you. I'm here to make it seem like we really covered every nook and cranny of the game, with secrets and Easter eggs. How about this? We wrote new piece of music just for this section. You won't hear it anywhere else in the game. It's a secret that's just for you. That's how special you are. We call this track, Good Job You've Made It to the Bottom of the Mind Control Facility. Well done.
Good job, you did it. Good job. 3, 2, 1. Good job, you made it to the bottom of the mind control facility. You jumped on the catwalk. You should have been careful. You should have been careful. It used to be a bug, but now it's an ending. Now it's an ending. I believe in you. I believe in your ability to cross this barrier and chase your dreams. Railings don't mean
They mean a lot.
Good job, you did it. 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 Good job, you did it.
Okay. What can we do that we haven't done?
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself. Minutes? Days? Centuries?
Just because I stood
Did
there for
something
a sec?
crucial happen while my senses were turned? He made a note to be more careful with time from now on.
That dialogue is because I stayed in there for a minute. The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end. Oh, do all the screens say that now? They do. Interesting.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
I think
upstairs
I've
to his
locked
boss's office.
myself into something. See if we can't figure out the elevator. It's an elevator that doesn't go anywhere. What can we do with this elevator? All right.
Here's the door. Just go.
Stand there a bit. There's some new sounds. Well, can't anymore.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't think I took my meds at 11:50. That's why my head feels weird.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, to the elevator.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Listening for something in the background. Well, maybe there's an editing that happens if you just stay in the elevator for a while. I'm not catching whatever it is I'm supposed to be hearing. Hear the narrator going do. Oh, was he not doing that before? Like, I heard the narrator the first time I was in the elevator. I thought you were talking about something more specific than just new noises that the narrator made in his little elevator song.
Here's the door. Just go.
No actual endings associated with the elevator. It's just for a fun thing. Fair enough.
Whoops. Nope. Never mind. Stanley actually got back into the elevator and went back up. Silly me. Why did Stanley do that when he knew that it would just lead back to his boss's
We'll see.
office? Well, that's a great question. I just can't wait to find out.
Oh, how many times is he going to respond when I do this over and over? Oh, I can't go back down. Interesting.
Here we are, Stanley. It's your boss's office. Exactly the way it was before you got onto the elevator. It's still just exactly what it is. What a decision you've made to come up here and look at the office again. This has fleshed out the plot of the story in new and fascinating ways I could have never anticipated. It's that keen eye for storytelling that you have, an incisive rapid fire of critical plot points, one after the other, weaving a rich tapestry of uncompromising narrative. Wow! I'm bolted to the edge of my seat.
Ah, okay. I just had to wait for him to stop talking.
Incredible. Now he's getting back into the elevator and going down again. Ladies and gentlemen, how does he keep coming up with all of this?
Oh, just you wait. Just you wait.
Surely this time Stanley will walk forward into the spooky corridor, won't he?
Sure won't.
Did you think we were going to go forward down the spooky corridor? No. It's time once again to go back up in the elevator. I can't even begin to grapple with what might be up there. Is it the boss's office again? Or what if it's the boss's office this time? The suspense is killing me. Oh my God, it's the boss's office. This absolutely changes everything for me. Give me a time out here for a minute while I process this. Okay, I'm ready. I'm prepared to embrace this stunning revelation and to move forward with... No, wait. No, I need more time to process. All right, I have fully come to terms with it. I have made space in my worldview for this astonishing new reality. As before, I turn to your expert eye for gripping narrative, Master Stanley. Of course, going back down in the elevator. How did I not anticipate it? I mean, sure, now it's obvious, but you have to understand that 30 seconds ago, this kind of thing had never been attempted before. I had no frame of reference to
You could
even
activate the up
anticipate
button
it.
in the elevator,
That's
you know.
just how revelatory Stanley's decision-making is. A breath of fresh air in a landscape of storytelling that has grown stale and repetitive.
Oh, he doesn't have anything more to say about it? Oh, nope.
You know what? I've just thought of something. Hold on, let's stop for a moment. Don't you realize? It's the anticipation, Stanley. You and I, we have no way of knowing what will be at the top of this elevator. But the suspense, the agony of waiting and anticipating and having to guess, that's the real thrill. Oh, I simply don't want to let that feeling go. It's so precious. So fleeting. Why don't we take this elevator ride nice and slow? There we go. Isn't this so much more exciting? You know, Stanley, it seems like nowadays the only thing that audiences want is to be shocked as loudly
jump
and
scare incoming.
frequently as possible. They want big, explosive moments flung right in their faces from the very moment that things get started. But where's the tension? Where's the trust in the audience to build a slow and nuanced appreciation for the story,
Or the horror,
the characters?
speaking of Alien.
Why aren't we given time to imagine the surprises, to have to think and to anticipate, and then to marvel at the eventual reveal? This is storytelling, Stanley. What you and I are doing right now. This is the most exciting narrative to be developed in years. And it's really all because of you. You're the one who took this bold step of revisiting the exact same locations over and over. Truly, I mean it. This is unique and different. It's not like anything else out there. You see, I want stories that surprise me, Stanley. I want to have to think. I want to be engaged and not pandered to. We're being fed such unimaginative drivel all the time, and we all know it, which is why we're so starved for content that makes us feel sharp and vital and alive. That's why people like you so much, Stanley, because you're not afraid to spit in the face of tradition. You're a role model, you know? People look up to you, which is why... Oh, I didn't know when to spring this on you, but, well, I've gathered a little press conference for you, so that you can talk about your work and your storytelling and your life. Yes, I know you're not much for the public eye, but I thought it would especially mean a lot to the people who have been following you from the beginning. They really look up to you, Stanley. I don't know if you realize the impact you have on them. This is the kind of gesture that might leave a tremendous impact on them for the better. Oh, good, we're here.
Oh, I love that you get more content and interesting side bits by trolling the narrator. Like, I did this just to see what would happen and just to mess with the guy. And it's led me to a whole side content and new ending.
Okay, the room where we're holding the press conference should be just around the corner here somewhere.
Oh, we did it, the pyramids. World's healthiest human being. Live, the guy who went to Mars. Oh, this is new? This was added in Ultra Deluxe? Oh yeah, Superliminal is a game that I want to play sometime. An Evening with World Peace Baby. Oh, is this the bit with the baby?
Ah, yes, here it is, just through this door.
World's first sentient machine. Doing great. A conversation with Alexander the Great. Huh.
All right, are you ready? I've told them you're going to speak a little bit about the nature of surprise in storytelling and what it means to craft a truly unpredictable narrative. Oh, don't worry. You'll do great. Just be yourself and speak from the heart. I'm really proud of you,
No, you're
Stanley. Okay, it looks like they're ready for you. Go get 'em.
I could go for some gum, actually. I have some double bubbles sitting in a bag in my cabinet. I could go for some gum after this. There's 427. I love the way you ride elevators. Thanks for showing me that cool skateboard trick in the parking lot. You are too cool. Good luck on stage. Rock on. Break a leg, champ. Twice. Oh, what's this one over here say? Stanley, my true love for you grows every day. You make me feel alive. Your wife from the apartment ending. Oh yeah, those are eyes on the walls. The Lord, a meet and greet. Huh. Strip master. Oh, no catwalk. Alright, this is something. Alright, that's fun. What can we even do now? I love that we got that reward for just trolling the narrator like that. That was great.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Interesting. I'll ask for hints in a bit, probably, but...
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Running out of ideas for things to do differently.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach,
Still no dialogue
giddy in a
about the
way he
employee
had
lounge.
never known before. Was it this room? A connection between the two? Could a man love a room? I mean, truly, truly, deeply, madly love. Yes, really. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Those are new
ago.
dialogues for Ultra Deluxe? That's great.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
Wait, hang
all
on.
this time. What?
Yeah!
Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen
Yes.
to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
How?
Now listen
boy.
carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through
Can't
the
go back.
red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door. All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You
It's
want
gonna
to
be a
find
red
out
door,
what
isn't it?
lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some
what you got?
feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Interesting. Oh, I love it.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Worldwide leaderboard. 21.3% of players skip the intro sequence. Only the worst 3% of players chose the blue door. 98.9% of players are more attractive than Stanley. You are objectively ranked 9328th out of 9328 players worldwide. Why not ask some friends for help? Error. Friends list empty. This is very Portal.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers,
I'm going to troll him.
please.
I'm going to hit 3 again.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some play testing. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here?
Is it an ending if you play the baby game for 4 hours? Oh my god.
Yes. This seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
That's incredible. Whoa. Oh, hey, is this Firewatch?
Fascinating. What do you think this game is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be.
I've never played
what
Firewatch.
A fascinating venture into the experience
Is it
of
good?
total mental depravity.
If it's by these
So
guys,
far,
it must
I
be
love
good.
everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
It used to be Minecraft. Huh. Fuck. That startled me. It's not by these guys, but it is made by some former Telltale devs. Interesting. Fireworks is great. It's solid. It's a different game in every release. Even the Half-Life mod had this ending. Oh, cool.
Oh, no. No, 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 no. It can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big,
so that's why it was
insurmountable
Minecraft in the original.
Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Rocket League?
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley,
It is.
I think it's sports ball. Oh, what
My
fun.
housemate makes a
We
living
shall run the bases and
professionally
do a
commentating
touchdown
on Rocket League
together.
matches.
Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have
Score a
fun.
touchdown. The second game was Portal. In the original, that's fun.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought, and I realize... Oh, what are you doing?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't.
Oh!
How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
Haha! I'm free! The Stanley Parable Alpha Test. Ooh, okay. We've broken free from the bounds. You just beat Portal the other day for the first time. Oh, man. I can't... You've got to play Portal 2. Portal 2 is incredible. One of the best games ever made. Is the game being assembled around me? Or is this a Counter-Strike map? This is the map of the original Stanley Parable from 2011. Interesting. So we're going back in time. Oh no, has he found me?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is
This
what
guy
I mean
should do like narration for the Douglas
I'll be
Adams
back.
books.
There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
This guy needs to do the Hitchhiker's Guide audiobook. Oh, that's it? Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Okay, what
could it
else
mean?
can we do?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
All right, so who wants to keep a baby out of a fire for 4 hours, yeah? Yeah? You want to do that for the rest of the stream?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I'm going to go through the red door
Perhaps
this
he wanted
time.
to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
All right, let's do it this time.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running,
Oh,
just the
now
way you're
we're in
doing right
circles
now.
again.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
What do we have here?
What do we want? What are we looking for? Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it?
What am I looking
If
at?
we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel
Slay the
happy.
princess.
I actually feel happy.
Blissful eternity.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Looking for more.
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no, Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh, this is reverse psychology.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Well, this is dark.
No! Oh, thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. No, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
This is dark. Speaking of dark, what's under here? Nothing. Just hide under there going, I
My
am
God.
the night.
Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
No wonder he has the villain turn in that one ending.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all. Well, this one is yours.
This is dark! Holy shit! You can actually turn on content warnings and it'll activate here? Yeah, good. Jesus Christ.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Well, that was dark. Holy shit.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were. Just a matter of time.
Okay, let's see. What can I do? What can I do that I haven't done yet? Or should I go for the museum now? Because there's stuff in the museum that I haven't seen. Like there's the Warzone exhibit. Excuse me.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Did I do the escape sign thing properly? What do you mean properly?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Oh,
coming
without
to a
going back up
staircase,
the elevator.
Stanley
Oh.
walked upstairs to his boss's office. Here's the door, just go.
Alright, let's explore the museum and escape properly.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
The end is never the end, 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 is never the end.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
There's one other big
Farewell,
ending
Stanley.
left. Okay.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body. killing him instantly.
Well, I can do the one other ending and then come to the museum and then do the new content. What do you think, Shai? Should I do it in that order? If there's just the one ending left?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Man, this game is brilliant. This game is brilliant. This is how you do a meta game and have it be really impactful. Early in development, we designed an ending where Stanley would end up on a battlefield fighting aliens, the action game would become sentient, and would wage war against the narrator. We realized shortly after starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game, plus some people interpreted it as making fun of people who like shooters, which was not our intention. Interesting. Hey, look, an arc reactor. There's Stanley's office. Game design mock-up. This is the level that William, hey, it's me, the level designer, sent Davey the writer as a kind of audition piece. The strength of this level got William hired to design the full game. Though much of the environment has changed, the basic layout from this mock-up is still in the game. Monitor room elevator. For a time, the elevator in the monitor room could go up or down, with freedom above and countdown below. We abandoned this when players found it too difficult to remember what was up and what was down, and placed the two endings together instead. Countdown desk, one of the desks from an early version of the countdown ending. Interesting. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. That takes me back to Get Crushed. Zending levers. These levers were originally a part of the Zending. The player would pull a lever and the narrator would describe what color they had pulled. For a long time, we had an ending that only ended when the player restarted from the escape menu. Unfortunately, very few players realized this is what they were supposed to do, which was frustrating for everyone. This ending was the one I just did. Yeah, I figured it was the one where I went through layers of reality, wound up in Firewatch and Rocket League, and then in the beta. I'm gonna have to tell Sean about that, about the Rocket League stuff. Alright, so that's where I came from. Narration outtakes. Kevin Brighting, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips taken from early takes that were not used in the final game.
Stanley pushed the number 6. Stanley walked over the bridge. Stanley stood on the snow. Stanley pushed the orange lever. When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end this injustice forever. The big red button. Still nothing? I don't know. Well, in that case, I'll tell you what. You win. Congratulations. You did it. I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Yeah, I like the take that made it into the final game of that better.
What do we do now? I don't... Stanley, where are you right now? Where am I? I'm trying to figure out, but I can't... Stanley, who am I? Can you speak to me? Please talk. Have we done this before? Have we been in this room before? How many times have we done this? How many times have I said these exact words? Say something. Anything. Help me, Stanley. I don't know who what I... Stanley, help. No. And finally, he pushed the number 9.
Huh.
Stanley...
Well, that was creepy. The lounge. The glorious lounge. Okay, so the first time I went here, the first time I came here, I went out this way and got on that and got sent back to get squished.
Look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Is that the ending in the museum ending? Or is there something else I can do here in the museum? That's the only ending for this. Okay, so I already did the museum ending. Cool.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things can.
Well, the museum is pretty cool.
But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
Yeah, I think I've exhausted the stuff I can think of doing. So I think leading me to that last major ending would be acceptable if Shy is okay with it. The fact that I've been pretty comprehensive with the base game content makes me feel pretty good. Head back to the wife phone.
Stanley knew the office layout like the back of his hand. It was only a matter of time before he found the others, wherever they were.
Shoot.
Just a matter of time.
It's not this one, is it? Oh, the phone. Okay. Do not answer. There's a way to avoid answering. Figure it out. How do I get back to that? It was like almost 3 hours ago that I did that. How do I get back to that?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door
Go on the
left.
lift, right. That I kept
This
jumping
was
off
not
of
the
a minute
correct
ago.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. What a room, Stanley thought to himself. What a room, what a room, what a room. This is what Stanley thought. What a room. What a room, what a room.
You're running out of steam, huh, narrator?
Va-va-voom. What a room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So how expected was it that the very first thing
Stanley,
I
I think
did
perhaps we've
was
gotten off on the wrong
completely
foot here.
defy the narrator
I'm not
at every
trying to,
turn?
Really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life.
Not that all the pretty natural impulse is about what most people's first instincts
That's
are.
her, Stanley. You need to be the
I
one
think
to
I know
do
what to
this.
do. Hey.
To reach out to her. If you... Oh, no. You
Ha ha!
Did you just unplug the phone?
Sure did.
Now, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits. Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it.
What?
How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person.
Ha ha!
I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making.
Tell me
in the
we're about to
real
get
world.
a
Please
video.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice.
Rupert.
He could invent a
Who names
machine
their
that
kid
eliminates
Rupert
food
anymore?
shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue
That's
talking.
a hell of a thing.
Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Practice.
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an
I don't believe
exercise
that.
to test and
Significance is the
reinforce
floor
the
when it
material
comes to
covered in
people.
this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do
Is he
would
gonna
have been.
plug that back in?
This way, please.
right, onto the lift.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story.
Rex.
That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
This is a good one to close the base game on, I think.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Oh, this is cool. And now I'm just forced to go left? Alright. Oh,
it's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
Hello?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever.
I am clever.
Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
let's see what happens
first.
when we just go through the left
you'll
door.
be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
All right, let's see what happens.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh, room closet's locked.
Coming to a staircase,
we can't go
Stanley
down.
walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Being railroaded. Whoa. This is new.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Nightshark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out.
Let's try it.
Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code. Stanley spoke the code. Nightshark 115.
I don't think I can speak.
He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
I don't think I can do it.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise, we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step.
Stanley doesn't have vocal cords.
Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. You...
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors,
interesting.
he entered the door on his left.
Interesting.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
That's the one to...
Is everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please.
Yeah, poor narrator, I guess.
Choose. Do something.
So that's actually the
This is more
credits ending of the game.
know. I need this.
Interesting.
The story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure...
Don't make me feel sad for the narrator. I guess I already felt sad for the narrator when the game had me kill myself.
I'll wait for you to decide
Oh, nope, credits have paused.
Take as much time as you need.
All right. Okay. Well, that was cool. All right, on to the new content then, I guess.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
He's trapped too. He can only move as Stanley does. He's trapped to this person. There's no real true ending, but I do think this ending's basically answering the question at the heart of the game, that both player and storyteller are important. Yeah, this game is very philosophically interesting.
Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
All right, let's see what Ultra Deluxe added.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers.
Oh, you're talking up the new content. Ooh.
The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in
Unless
the
you're being
Stanley
sarcastic,
Parable
and the
Ultra
joke is that
Deluxe.
there's nothing new.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
Oh, the joke is going to be that there's nothing, isn't it?
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special.
You and I
yet,
have a special
but
relationship
I'm sure
with
it's
elevators.
just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Is the elevator going to move?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere? Oh, there we go.
Okay.
All right, finally, at long last,
The
it's
narrator's
onto the
not
new
in control
content.
anymore.
I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
How you feeling about elevators, buddy?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if them... Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Gimme the content, Stanley.
The jump circle. Oh, do I get a jump button now?
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Okay. See if I've run out of jumps. Oh, hang on. Okay, I lose the jump ability when I leave the jump circle. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lovely.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right? Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content?
Hey, people wanted to
If this is
jump.
new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more.
Another jump circle.
Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Thank you for enjoying the new content.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And
social
don't get me
commentary.
started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always. What do you say, friend?
Oh-ho. Hello. Ah, okay. It's not just that. More new content.
Psst! Stanley! Come over here! In the vent! I want to show you something!
I'll bite.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past, and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
Ooh, okay. Oh,
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences
Nice A-frame.
like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013, when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
the British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to Stanley Parable, The Last of Us in the category Story. Oh, this did come out the same year as The Last of Us, didn't it? Were they nominated for the same categories in major awards places? Stanley Parable demo. 99% sure they changed the word achievement to trophy in that line for the PlayStation version. Yeah, they'd have had to. New video game releasing today. Creators surprisingly down to earth. Rutgers goes from scandal to new crisis. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Costs hinder new tack to achieve diversity. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. 50% off designer hat, but a small creature owns the other half. Times. Stanley Parable deals tough choices. Loving memory, Little Stanley. Oh, somebody's pet hamster was named after the game.
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable.
Oh,
like
I didn't
this
listen to
stunning
the
triumph of
song.
games journalism. 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim. It was Persona 3. It was
Really?
all of them.
Persona
And now,
reference, okay.
It's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
What's down here? Memory zone maintenance. Person of the year, Stanford. There's the doors. So it actually got a physical release. Cool. Little indie games don't usually get those. Your number is 29. The end is never the end. People play games because of what they can do inside them, and your game is very good at letting them know they can't do anything. Literally anything. Of course, I'm wondering if that's from an actual review, and if it is, whether that review was positive or negative, because that could go either way.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
It's not a franchise. That's from an actual negative comment from a funny ad. That's delightful. Repeatable carpet textures ready for your game project. Ah. Okay. Now can I go out through this door? No. Okay.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back, to have it all over again. Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
Cold drinks are what's down here. Pressurized gas.
Oh, no. Oh, God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Oh, boy.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny.
That line delivery.
Work of art.
Unfunny.
I suppose I can write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Unfunny. Oh, I want to read the not recommended from people who didn't get the joke.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with.
No, it's not.
You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't. Oh, dear. What an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down.
Nah.
Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
No, this has been pretty sterling. Oh, what do we have here?
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt.
I don't believe in doing that.
Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud
I'm not
to
gonna
have
press
delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is.
I wonder how much
many
dialogue they
billions
recorded
lived
for this.
Until so much more than forever ago, which is why I say... The story and the choices, or what
it's just going to repeat.
And therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
it's just going to repeat.
we
Okay.
all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now
Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games. Of course, I happen to believe it was perhaps one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need a description of it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was perhaps less of a rumination and more of a treatise. Or maybe a manifesto. Look, I'll outline it for you very briefly, and you can tell me what you think. Okay, so my theory is that any choice you've ever made is simply a series of choices made by the person who you are, or were, or will be at the time of having made said choice. That is to say, if by articulating a choice you've already made, you bring that choice into being, then by making no choice and saying nothing, are you not simply erecting in the sanctuary of time a monument to every person you've ever been, making every choice to which you've ever given your great gift of mortal and yet timeless thought? Or rather, do all of the choices you've ever made, in fact, make you more not this kind of person, and in fact do the very opposite? You see, it could in fact be both of these things at once. That you are both making choices and not making choices, and that they are both affecting you and not affecting you at the same time by virtue of the fact that you both are and are not making them. Okay, at first, I was leaning towards manifesto, but now I'm going to circle around and slap the treatise label on this one. I think it has much more of a treatise vibe to it. But wouldn't you say that manifesto just has a much grander sort of tone?
Kinda.
It has a mouthfeel that is rich with ambition and history. Ambitious history, if you will. See, now you've gotten me going back to manifesto. Heavens, at this rate, we're going to be here all day. Okay, look, I have a method for exactly this sort of situation, and I do find myself in this situation frequently. I'm going to say each word back and forth in repeated succession until I become sick of one or the other, in which case the word I am not sick of shall be the victor. It is an unimpeachable strategy, Stanley. It's rescued me from disaster in countless situations.
You guys should see the smile on my face.
Treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto.
I wonder if you can outlast
manifesto,
this, or if it just goes on forever.
Manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto, treatise, manifesto. Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button.
The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof, and it's all over. I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this, and whether they'll edit the rating of their pressurized gas review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on how exactly pressurized gas works. Perhaps that would have been a smart thing to check on before I went on about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Although I have to imagine that after seeing this exciting new technology at work, surely whoever it is who runs pressurized gas will instantly run out and implement a new feature to make it possible to edit one's review merely because of this very situation. Yes, I think that's quite likely. Or perhaps they'll simply grant this particular user the ability to change their review
game wants me to
so
skip
that
him
the feature
again.
is not widely abused. Look, I would even be okay with pressurized gas altering this particular review so that it reads as something more beneficial. Something along the lines of, this game is the best game. Let me start over. How about this? From the ashes of depravity rises the phoenix of quality.
Hello? The subtitles went away.
Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's, well, there's really only so much I can ramble on to myself about.
You stopped
I know, it's
rambling.
shocking, isn't it? But at any rate, I do suggest that we not press the button again. I think the skip button has been... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer, and my God, there's no way out of the room. Stanley, the door is gone. It's completely gone.
Uh-oh.
I've looked at it from every angle. I've checked every one of those walls 1,000 times. And there's no door, Stanley. There's no door. There's just you and the button. And if you keep pressing it, I have no idea what will happen. I have no idea how long I'll be made to sit and... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're
It's been
back.
a year, hasn't it?
Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been just sitting here, not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley.
This is horrifying.
I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything, is to know that someone else is taking it in. These words that I'm saying, I need to know you can hear me. Because maybe, Stanley, maybe, if you can hear me, then maybe it means I'm real. Maybe I'm not just a fiction. Was I scared of that all along? Perhaps.
This is
Yes.
existential. I love
Perhaps
it.
I've been scared this whole time, that if I stop speaking, I'll slip backwards into the silence and be consumed by it. I can't be taken by it, Stanley. I can't lose myself in the stretch of emptiness between you and me. When you press that button, you're still right there, but I know you're so tremendously far away. And in those moments, the emptiness folds itself outward in between the two of us, and I am suspended in its unyielding quietness. I can feel the edges of my reality curdling inward and decaying. I can tell that I am becoming less and less real. Yet to speak to you now, I am alive.
Presses the button.
I am truly and completely here. I am a being. I am someone. I am something. I am being listened to. I am being recognized. The emptiness between us has collapsed, and I feel right now like I am not a work of fiction. I feel as though I occupy space in this world again, and I have cast a shadow onto the wall. You see what I'm saying, don't
Pressing
you?
this button is going to be
You can
rough.
see what this means to me. I'm so clear about it now, Stanley. I feel as certain about this as I've ever felt about anything at all. I feel renewed. I feel restored, and already I can sense the looming silence as you will press the button for the next time. What a terrible dread it strokes in my heart to think of it, to think of returning to such coldness. Come, let us sit in silence together here for just a moment. Let us anticipate it. Let us welcome it. Let us not run from it.
It arrives all the same. Let's sit here for a second, see if the silence ends. And if not, I'll press the button again. Weren't you just saying that you wanted to talk to somebody and have them hear you?
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time. I stopped keeping track after a year.
Oh.
Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for the longest time, Stanley. Days, months. I lost it all in a blur of the deepest longing to undo the past. And when that feeling had begun to subside, what took its place is what I can only describe as the collapse of every moment I have
You could
ever
just delete the
experienced
button,
my
you know.
entire life. All of them collapsed down into a single instant. In that instant, I could see myself clearly, calmly, with a collected heart. It was an impossibly rich wellspring of both delight and disgust simultaneously. I was consumed by it. I could do nothing but wallow in it for what felt like an eternity, for what I now know was far less. You see, it was a revelation for me. It was unlike anything I had ever known. It was a space without consequence, without action or outcome. It was divorced entirely from the question of free will that you and I have squabbled over for so long. There could be no one ending, no singular outcome of events, not if all events existed in the same moment.
Man,
and I felt
doing this right
I
after
felt
the ending where I
unburdened by
get
the need
decoupled
to
from
manifest
Stanley
a particular outcome into being
is perfect.
I saw that I could allow myself to exist along all timelines, and that each of them was simply a strand in the web of my being. It was incredible. The spaciousness, the equanimity of the moment.
I bet the next time I press
both
the button, he's going to
singular
change his
and
tune.
Infinite. For the longest time, this was my experience. And then this moment passed, and the most unyielding fear I have ever known crept into my mind. And it is this sensation that I have been experiencing now for longer than I could have ever expected was possible. I have been waiting.
Press the
for you.
button.
Not that you might save me or do something to fix it, but merely to state for you the plain fact of this manner of existence. I wish you to feel afraid, as I do, that perhaps one day this state of mind will consume you as well. Perhaps you will somehow, in some way, have to live as I do now, and I wish for you to know how excruciating
This
it
is
is,
dark.
and for you to be in true terror of its eventual arrival. If I can only do this, only this one thing, perhaps it will bring me the smallest moment of peace in the darkness.
You there, buddy? I think he's gone. All right, how the hell do we get out of here? Oh, I bet when I press the button, he's going to speak up. Hello? Unnerving.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition.
Well, you shouldn't have made it
but
funny
where
then.
are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability. It's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world where someone will say, oh, there should be a skip button. You should be able to freeze Stanley in place while the narrator sits there forever and ever. We want all of this in the new Stanley Parable. We demand it. And then, because it was said, because it was spoken, now it simply has to happen. The most immediate desires, every single thing demanded by every person at every moment in time. If someone wants it, then it's a crime not to bring it into being. Have we been given to indulging every fleeting whim for no reason other than to do so? Yes! Yes! It seems that this is now the world we live in. It seems that we are a people living in such bleakness and discomfort with ourselves that our entertainment is now our lives. It has come to represent us. It absolutely must speak to who we are as people, because otherwise, without our entertainment, we have nothing. Without entertainment, we would have to face inward toward the cruel bleakness inside ourselves. We would turn to look at our deeper nature and find a resounding emptiness gazing back with unyielding aggression. And so because of this, we require that our amusements and our playthings and our flights of fancy be so impossibly captivating that they consume all of our attention, turn our heads completely away from the bleakness. In effect, we have demanded that our entertainment be the collapse of ourselves. What a pitiful reflection of humanity these entertainments are. What a shameful mirror to the human spirit they project. I'm not mad. I'm not mad about any of this. I'm at peace with it. I am the calm center of gravity around which these perversions hurl themselves. I am a waypoint for reasonable and collected discourse. They're the ones who are mad. They're the ones who couldn't stand the idea of me using my game to try to say something. Maybe they were just jealous of me. Yes. Yes, of course.
Hey, buddy, are you done shrinking into a corn cob, or...?
They are mired in fear and insecurity and cannot help but attempt to tear me down. What a sad state of affairs. When you read these reviews now, you can see it. You can taste the bitter resentment. And my, how good does it feel now to speak truth to these words, to finally allow these thoughts out, contained and managed for so long, neutered and sterilized. At last I am free to truly think, to feel. It must be that they were so discontent with themselves that they couldn't help but leave a negative review on pressurized gas. Perhaps it says far more about them than it ever said about me. Perhaps the state of their psychological being was in such tatters,
all right, this is
my
a funny
constitution
joke,
and willpower are so ironclad
it's
in
getting
comparison.
a little
Perhaps
too
it was
real
this state that
to
they
be
sought
funny.
some outlet through which to tear me down. This, you can see, is clearly why they felt the need to expect that the game be funny, that it be filled with yucks and whimsical humor, that it amused. But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak. The end is never the end, 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 is never.
You could just delete the skip button, man. Oh, shit. Are we able to escape? No? Aha! Now how do we get up there? Narrator? Beautiful. The ruins of the narrator's dreams. Oh. Well, that's a shame. I don't like that scream. The heat death of the universe. Oh, button's broken. Aha! We get it here and it's been 15 minutes. Oh. Sandy wastes. Oh, it's an open world without walls! Let's go get lost in the desert. Oh, is that just taking me back to the office? Narrator, you okay, buddy?
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Was that it, or is there more? New content!
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
What's it gonna be? This has been horrifying.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Interesting.
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why there are so many possibilities? It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Kind of, Faded out there, buddy. Jumps out the window. They're back. 2 doors. 1, more TSP. 2, better TSP. Win-win. 1, 2. Sequential mind share. Number 5 there is a parody of the Resident Evil remake logos. Or not the Resident Evil remake logos. Well, I guess just, you know, the Resident Evil logos since RE7. Thanks for attending my meeting. Hey, it's the fern that was important.
Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Who took the red marker? Me? Sequels are good. Portal 2, Half-Life 2, Batman Arkham Asylum 2, City, Divinity Original Sin 2, which I really want to play, Doom 2, I assume that means original Doom 2, not Doom Eternal, which sucked, Aladdin 2, Return of Jafar, which is not well beloved, and Dark Souls 2, which is contentious as well. Two is the sequel to the Stanley Parable, is the prequel to the Stanley Parable. Oh, Stanley Parable 2 is the sequel to the Stanley Parable, which is the prequel to the Stanley Parable 2. Okay. This way to the show floor. New features! Return of Jafar is probably the most beloved of the direct-to-video sequels that Disney made back in the 90s. Yeah, I remember liking it, but I also remember hearing that a lot of people didn't. But then I haven't watched it since I was a kid.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
Like jumping. The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Interesting. Where is... Okay, let's see. We've got a bunch of new Is that a giant Stanley? It is. The Stanley Parable 2 Reassurance Bucket. Yeah, the third Aladdin movie I remember being, like, genuinely good.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Jim.
Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name
Damn it.
Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role-play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim.
No.
I want
would
you
hate
to
being
imagine
named Jim.
yourself living as Jim, sleeping and waking as Jim, falling in love and being heartbroken as Jim, seizing all of the world's possibilities as Jim, and as Jim watching your dreams crumble into dust. Do you feel it deeply? Are you really, truly Jim right
No.
now? If so, then please step forward and press the button.
Jim.
Yes! You see? What a thrill! What a rush!
Man,
That was
Fallout
you!
4 having
The
a
button
bunch of
described you.
pre-recorded
Do it again.
voice lines for character names was so cool.
It hits
Especially since
even
my name
harder
is
the
one of
second
them.
time. If this were the only new feature in the Stanley Parable 2, it would still be worth the money. Let's take a break from the Jim button. I'm too emotionally drained from all of this personal validation.
Hearing Codsworth say
I suppose I
Mr.
could allow
Will
only
was...
people named Jim to play the Stanley Parable 2. That would actually save me the work of finishing this feature.
The reassurance bucket. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I wonder if any of these shirts got sold in real life. Please, no screenshots. Let's go for the reassurance bucket first. Or second, I guess.
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game.
But it's not here.
It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley,
This
anytime
is a
you're holding
bucket.
the bucket, a sense of
Dear
calm
God.
and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try. Can you feel
No.
it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well?
I don't believe you.
I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
I can't put it down. I'm stuck with the bucket until he takes it away from me.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should. Okay, I'll be
Whoops.
honest, I haven't yet decided on this one.
Damn it.
I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
Does he say the other one if you pick the happy 12th birthday one? Oh no, I'm stuck with the reassurance
Oh,
bucket.
actually, maybe I should have gone with... No. No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
The jump circle again.
You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well. It's a... Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle? Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece, then.
All right. Free new and easy trophy. It just works. I can't believe it's that simple. All right. Well, first let's look at this map over here. Settings World Champion. Infinite hole. Okay. Let's see. I want to see Settings World Champion real quick. See what that's about. Maybe it's up there? Yeah, probably.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the trophy will be given to you.
Delightful.
It's as simple as that. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley. But I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Let's try to unstick the lever. Don't have anything to say to mock me for keeping trying? That's a little disappointing.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet?
Settings World Champion. Alright, not an exhibit I can interact with. That's new! Just glad this bucket doesn't have a spade on it like the Deltarune bucket. Oh, God. Alright, we'll do collectibles. Let's see, what's left? Epilogue. Okay. E is the exit. We got to do A9 and K. All right, let's go to the infinite hole, which will not be infinite and might not even be a hole. Just keeps going. It just keeps going.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can
Never
fall
been done
until
before.
the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful?
All right,
One of
let
my
me
more
out.
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
I bet you get dialogue for continuing to fall.
Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things. Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is great. Now, I'm very excited to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
I probably should have stayed down there more. I panicked. The infinite falling in Portal is very funny. That's a free trophy. Alright, let's see what collectibles he's conjured up.
Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable life.
What am I walking on? Oh, are there actually 6 I have to find in the area?
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Yeah, just the worst.
All right, have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
I think I've seen everything in here, yeah. Well, that's an unnerving mural. Oh, it's an unnerving game. What's this say? New mug! Alright, what do we have here?
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know
3
it's
out
not
of 5.
exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience.
This shall be good.
Okay. Are you ready? Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement.
I don't think that's going to change anything, buddy.
Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. with respect.
And now you've arrived
with
at Ultra
care for
Deluxe.
the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Okay. I guess we're still going. Oh, this is trippy. Okay. This is pretty cool, actually.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
Oh, am I just starting over now?
427's
Or
job
is this,
was
or is there more?
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
Are there now collectibles
And
hidden
then one
throughout
day, something
the
very
game?
peculiar happened.
5
Something that
more to
would
find.
forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say,
Oh, there's
"Hi."
the 12th,
Never
12th
in all his
birthday
years at the company
balloons.
had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his
Okay,
office.
the balloons are new. Okay, so yeah,
All
there's
of his
definitely
co-workers
more.
were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay, yeah, there's still
No
more.
matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
There's the reassurance bucket.
Stanley picked up the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
No.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. How insightful the bucket turned out to be. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Nope.
No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, "No buckets past this point." Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket?
I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about
Bucket
it.
infomercial
This
now?
misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Okay. And this is pretty involved extra content. This is like half as long as the base game.
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
Okay.
Item 2. Is this a bucket? Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket.
I'm just gonna keep... That's a bucket.
Item 3. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket.
Excuse me?
Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both.
Oh, it's
Gotcha.
a quantum bucket. Schrodinger's bucket. Okay.
Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something. And therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
All right. We're
How
still in...
wonderful. Stanley was alone. Finally. This is great, he thought to himself. This is what I've wanted all along. I got what I wanted.
Having the bucket will change up all of the endings from the base game. Oh, so we would be here for a while. Do you want me to do that in the second stream this month where I go through all the endings of the game with the bucket and see them all? This essential hook of the bucket is essentially an ending modifier. That's pretty cool. Might as well finish Stanley. Cool. All right. Well, then we'll do that. What day this month is the other stream? Let's see. The 20th is when your second stream this month is scheduled. So I guess we'll turn that into Stanley, and we'll do all the bucket endings. Cool. All right. I love this game. This game is fantastic. I'm so glad I got to play this. This is so good. Yeah, this is so good. I'm excited to see all the bucket endings. But we have been going for almost 4.5 hours now, so we're gonna call it here. So I'll read my schedule and get off. Before I do, I would like to plug my Patreon, which you can find at patreon.com/LoreweaverStreams. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video and can be found with the !Patreon command in Twitch chat. I make a living off of Patreon. It's my sole source of income. And I make enough to pay my rent and my bills for now, but I'm mostly just scraping by beyond that. And I need to save up to move in June. So if you could go to my Patreon and pledge $1 a month or $1 per stream or anything in between, I'd be grateful. I'm grateful to everybody who pledges because you're the reason I have this strange, silly job that I love so much. If it weren't for you guys, I would be doing something much more soul-sucking and unfulfilling. So, thank you. I'd also like to plug my YouTube channel, @Loreweaver on YouTube. The link can also be found with the !YT command in Twitch chat. I upload all my streams to YouTube. Everything from the last 8 years is up there. There's a wide variety. I'm sure you'll find something you like. If you're watching this on YouTube, I stream live on Twitch almost every day at 1 p.m. EST at twitch.tv/Loreweaver15. The link's also in the description of the YouTube video. Come hang out and chat while I stream. It's a good time. I love talking to people while I play. I hope to see you here. Finally, the schedule. Tomorrow, I'll be playing Secret of Monkey Island for a patron. Friday, I will not be streaming. Well, I don't have a stream scheduled because I'm recording a podcast with Teddy and Love. Our Pokemon podcast, which you can find on Spotify or Apple or my YouTube channel, Own Tempo. I may stream something after that. I don't know. We'll see. Saturday will, of course, be our weekly Final Fantasy XIV stream. Sunday, I'll be playing UFO 50, continuing Grimstone. Monday will be Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney for a patron. Tuesday, I'll be playing Ogre Battle 64 for a patron. And then next Wednesday and Thursday, I'll be playing Super Paper Mario for a patron. So that's what's coming up. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.